Hello and welcome to First Play. We are playing Striving for Light Survival. This is another Horde survival game. I played the demo way back when, but it just released December 5th, I believe. We're gonna hop in and give our first play a go. Before we do any of that, we have to rearrange ourselves so our camera. Alright, so right off the bat, we have a variety of characters and weapons and skills to choose from. Looks like I can't select anything outside of the sword. We do have some options on our additionals. What we are going to do is go back and turn the audio down just a bit. All right, so we have a few options here. AoE on melee, scattering projectiles. Projectiles hits poison all nearby enemies. There's so many options here, and there's so many upcoming options to choose from. There's a lot happening in this game. Summon a permanent melee wolf, so companion. Range attacks cast a swirling blade. Dodge triggers an explosion. I wonder how dodgy we get. That could be an interesting way to play. Just realized I didn't have my eyeballs on. All right. Let's go for additional projectiles. The basement. They say this was the first place captured by the corrupted. All right, zoom in and out, WASD, little dodge. And shoot, or click to shoot. Uncollected light fragments convert to elite enemies. Interesting. Toggle skills. You can temporarily deactivate skills to maintain your attack speed. Skills can be reactivated at any time. Increase your attack speed or right mouse button. Toggle skill on and off. Doubling up on melee seems like a solid grab. How many? All right, looks like we did it. We can use the search function to search for attack speed. Everything will be highlighted. All right, so what are we doing here? Movement speed. Those are both attack speed based. Your range attacks cast a swirling blade, which is cycling around you, applying a bleeding condition to all hit enemies. Bleeding also deals 10 damage. Applies bleeding to enemies. Each 2-second additional damage. Shot angle is increased, okay. Additional damage per tick. Max health seems to be good. AoE is always wonderful. Poison shot. Let's go for those two there. Range shot angle is increased. You deal an additional melee hit with hitting enemies, so we can double up on our double hit. Question is, do we want attack speed or angle? These are both for shooting. Let's grab our attack speed. I guess the one thing I don't have understood at this moment. Oh Lord, I am approaching death. I want to pick up those hearts. Uncollected light fragments convert to elite enemies. Uncollected but stashed. Okay, so this is what I was trying to figure out, what they were for. Every 10 light fragments will be converted to an elite enemy spawn, which will show up in the next wave. If defeated, it will drop a big light fragment containing all the EXP of the stashed light fragments. All right. I think we need to grab one more health. Trying to figure out what the hitbox is for everything is part of the challenge of new games like this. I wonder if the uncollected fragments is one of the methods for the game's difficulty progression, where when you start getting so many things on screen, you end up just creating more elites as you play, and it kind of naturally progresses. Maybe, I don't know, I'm speculating. So how many double hits can we get? Melee damage plus a bunch. So we're at like a ridiculous amount of double hits right now. One more elite. Beach time, complete 5 waves. All right, little achievement. 3 to level up, so we can go for... Your projectiles hit poison all nearby enemies, dealing 10 damage each for 3 seconds, 9 seconds total. Scales with AoE size. Let's boost our melee damage. I guess we'll add another projectile. So projectile speed has come way down. Well, attack speed has come way down. All right, so that's where you start running into stuff, is each of these skills reduce your attack speed. So we got 2. Can we take off individual? We can. So let's drop those 2. And grab another attack speed. I don't really have a lot of projectiles, that's the problem. And the question is, what counts as a projectile for it to split? So we have these blades that rotate around us. Are those going to split? Or is it just the one I'm shooting from my staff? I do want some crit. But a stiff boost in melee seems more reasonable. All right, attack speed's back. I really like this art style. It's very unique, but it makes figuring out what hitboxes are really challenging. All right, 2 points. So we can go for some more attack speed. And some more base damage. That second hit, it's pretty hard. I'm having a hard time knowing if some of these things are how they're adding together. So let's try this. Okay, so it does, the skill doesn't double up, but every instance of it increases your damage output. All right, that makes more sense. I like the boom boom. So that's just going to increase the damage output, not skill type range. I don't think I have any scattering. Oh, wait, no? I don't. Let's see what that one does. Okay. Interesting. So essentially you have a few things going on here. You have a ranged weapon and a melee weapon. And from there, you can get additional additives in your skill tree that combine. They don't necessarily multiply. So if you get a double hit several times, you're not getting multiple hits. You're just getting a more stronger double hit. Okay. Sometimes these games that have a lot of these elements put together in them can be really confusing because they have so much going on. It's hard to... Can I make this go away? I can't. It can be really challenging understanding the way the mechanics are put together because they're not particularly well explained. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. This one isn't really all that put together. So this just adds another direction. Okay. I am starting to track all of these things. So now instead of shooting just one direction, it'll shoot forwards and backwards. So grab some crit. And some more attack speed. So we're gonna go up and grab the melee damage. So I should be shooting in two directions now. So it looks like it's just the main body is the thing you have to worry about. The little leg areas aren't necessarily concerning. Now I am starting to see where getting a wider arc would be beneficial for your attack. Projectile damage increased by 100%. Seems like a solid choice. The way this tree fills out is wild too. I wonder if it's pre-established? Like, how does it know how to come together? One thing I would like to see is equipment. I think equipment would be an interesting additive. Now they have in the character selection screen a variety of weapons and things that you can choose from, but I'm talking about in-game changes to equipment in addition to the leveling system. In the same way that Death Must Die has a system in place. AoE damage. You know what? We'll chase this line. Gives us some crit. I also wonder if this is a 20 wave system. A lot of these games that run on waves typically operate after 20 waves. I don't know why 20 was the number that everyone decided on. Someone did it first and are like, this is a good idea. And it just stuck. It's really interesting seeing the shadows on the creatures. Trying to figure out, and it's simply based on my location. I was trying to see if my cursor was part of it. All right, we already have one crit. All your conditions deal 50% additional damage on each tick per applied damage stack. Bump up some crit. So right now, I don't have anything doing damage over time. I have the poison hit and the bleed, but I only have one instance of this, so it's not doing a lot of damage. So let's take a look at this. We have this one here, which is 20 damage, 10 over 2 seconds, and then we have bleed over here, which isn't on, but it's 10 damage every 3 seconds. So we're gonna click this. That goes up to 15. 10 damage every 2 seconds. Not sure how that modified it. And we'll turn this on for the old shits and giggles. I was just gonna say, I was wondering what everything looked like. Crit chance, area of effect, companion damage. Complete 12 waves. I unlocked the throwing axe. Start grabbing some of these hearts. Now what is this counter up here? Oh, it's the wave that we're on. Now what is this number here? So let's bump up our projectile damage. I can definitely see how this game gets into some excessive amounts of chaos. I will say I like that the hearts and collectibles that drop, not the experience modes per se, but just the additional HP stays on the map in between maps. They're like you're gonna need it. So we have another shooting direction there. And that's only for shooting. Big old bump in projectile damage. Might need to start picking up some movement speed. I was getting greedy. Could really use some healing. All right, looks like we are approaching the end of our life. In part, I got greedy. I tried running in there when I knew I shouldn't have. So now we need to pick up at a minimum another health. Damage seems like a solid move. So does maybe a little move speed. Now, what's the classification or the thing that what's the thing you're doing that gives you hearts? Is it just a random drop rate? Do they spawn every level? I really like how the need to balance skills used with attack speed is really interesting. So it is 20 waves. Ranged attacks have a 50% chance to cast a meteor on a random area in your attack direction. Wishing to see some new stuff pop up. I could go for another projectile. Projectile hits poison all nearby enemies. Speed, range. Where are my stats and my skills? So that scales with AoE. Okay, so let's grab some. Let's make ourselves bigger. Now the question is, do I have anything I want to undo? Most of this looks pretty good. Melee damage 47. Projectile damage 38. I don't necessarily know that I like having that pop up on screen every time I collect a skill. Or not a skill, I'm sorry, a rune. A big banner is kind of a nuisance as far as visibility goes. This feels like a holdover level. Take a break, or we come in and maul you. Those would pretty much negate each other, but give me a meteor. Pretty much every attack. Does it show my attack speed? 70. So let's find one in a direction I want. That's probably a good one. So it's a direct additive. Grab another projectile. Interesting. Not what I was expecting. But that's also based on the skill that I selected, because there is both a directional one and a projectile one. So I can increase the number of shots, but also the number of places that the projectile shoots. Damn, ran right into that. And every time one of them dies, they explode into a bunch of bullets. This gets really confusing really fast. The end game will be the test. Does it get so busy on screen that you have no idea where you are and what you're doing? So that's a new direction of shooting, and that's the number of shots. So let's find... grab another projectile damage. It's a long way up that tree. I got 2 waves left. No point in chasing it. So I'm gonna get another level. 3 in total. So let's see what... grab some attack speed. It does appear that move speed does become critical-ish, at least at certain stages of the game. All right, one more, final boss. Let's see what the end stage looks like. So do they just auto give you 2 skills? $235. Oh, so it was at 185 and that bumped it up to 235. Okay. All right, let's go faster. It is kind of nice not having to worry about the legs too much. Because that would be pretty ridiculous. All right, we finished the first wave. Looks like they don't end it on boss completion, which I like. You're not done. It's not over. You gotta wait until you kill all the baddies. My cursor position's getting so bad that I'm on my other screen. Like, I'm not paying attention and I have my mouse dragged literally across the other side. So, play one line. Oh, God. Words are not going to be my friend today. Play online. So, these are the achievements I got. Wave 4, 5, 12. So, I got some stuff. New areas, new weapons. Wave 20 with less than 50 melee and projectile damage. Got the sugarcane. And some jazz. So let's do a new run. See what our new weapons and skills and stuffs are. So this was our base weapon. 10 damage, 1.3. Nothing going on. So this does more damage. With a much slower attack speed. Almost half. Candy cane does more damage, but it's a little faster. Let's go for a projectile run. So this was 10 with 1. Move, crit damage, area of effect, collect. Damage 13. Slow projectiles with a big range. All right, let's see what that does. And choose your skills. 12 additional random skills will be added to your spawn pool. See, I didn't read that the first time. Melee attacks we're not going to do. Can't click any of those because I haven't unlocked them. I did unlock... I thought I did. I did. Okay, so the thing I unlocked said Meteor Blow, and it looked like this skill here, but in green. Kind of like this color over here. I'm colorblind, don't judge me. But it did unlock. 30% chance to cast a meteor in random direction in your attack area. Scales with your AoE. So what's the difference here? Range attacks, melee attacks. That's what the difference is. I think poison's gonna be a solid hit, as is the scatter and projectile. Companions could be neat. And we're gonna get some other random ones. So we'll get 8 additional random skills. So let's see what maps we have. Now we can choose the basement again, and the next tier is gonna be increased spawn rate, HP, and traps. Let's try the beach. Okay, so the flail moves almost all the way around. That's kind of cool. I could see that being really good with a high attack speed build. Oh man, what is happening here? All right, we're gonna take the companion because we said we would. Where's our first? Each milk adds a new shooting direction. Okay, we said we wanted that. I don't know that I want to choose movement speed just yet. Let's run this route, see where it takes us. Definitely think movement speed's gonna be big on this one. Now it might also be that my character is slower. Move speed of 1. All right, 2 more skills. Let's go with the move speed and the attack speed so we can hop on down and grab some projectile stuff. We're probably gonna have to, while we can focus on making a projectile build, more or less, it's evident that you have to balance it. Some, at least. Enough to get you by. Or at least in the early stages of the game, where it can be kind of crucial to have all right, so let's bump up that there and that there. And next we'll hop down and grab those 2. So the little, what are those? Crabs. I'm drawing a blank. They do a little AoE thing. So that increases companion damage, which is just 10. Skill type, skill effect. Range shot angle is increased. Projectile spawn angle. I feel like that one might be worth having, as is the poison. Oh, I have 3 skills. Let's go for the little doodly-doo that attacks when you attack. So it does appear that my projectiles do not pierce. For some reason I thought they would. 3 more. One, 2, 3. Grab poison shot. That might be useful too. I think we also need to get some attack speed, 'cause we're running a little slow right now. So what was I saying we could grab? I thought there was one that we could connect to directly, so scattering projectiles on enemy hit. These trees are so wild. It's planning feels really chaotic. I think we're gonna take this to see how that runs. And then we're gonna find an attack speed node in a direction we like. Let's see where you're going. I gotta read that tooltip again about the elites. Do you gain more experience by killing the elite? I know you get a shard, so you get the reroll, and it says that you get all of the experience that you would have had. Every 10 light fragments will be converted to an elite enemy spawn, which will show up in the next wave. If defeated, it will drop a big light fragment containing all of the EXP of the 10 stashed light fragments. I guess what's the benefit is really my question. Okay. Let's juice up our attack speed. And we don't have any crit yet. So let's take some crit. I'm really tempted to try a melee flail run just because the full circle swing back with a high attack speed could be really neat. It feels like there's a really nice balance here between melee versus ranged and the types of skills that you could potentially collect and the power that they add. So like being super fast could in theory make you very viable. There was a tree I was staring at. All right. Let's just take it. AoE, awesome. So this is my second run. We did the first run on the first level, which was the basement. Survived all 20 rounds. We're now on round 9 of our second run. 2 new weapons, a flail, and this scythe-looking thing that I'm throwing. So far, so good. There were a few close calls in the first run. Partially my fault. Got a little greedy with the... Oh, we get to double up twice. Ironically, though, I don't think I have any AoE. That's an AoE skill. No, don't do that. So poison shot's way over there. Hey, I haven't taken damage yet. I was kind of hoping that the companion-based system was going to allow me to have, like, lots of companions spawned all over the place. Oh, I took damage. Son of a bitch. Twice. Well. I wasn't really anticipating having a perfect run. It's doable, but it is challenging. Three, so I'm capped out right there. That's some bullshit. Means I gotta backtrack. Let's bump up our melee damage. Poison shot's way out there. All your conditional skills deal 50% additional damage. Does it say condition damage? So I don't have, I think, any conditional damage just yet. Getting an additional projectile would be nice, though. I have no idea what energy regeneration or endurance regeneration is for the game at all. Now that's a challenging one. I think we're going to go for the additional projectile first, and then swing back for the multiplier. So far, it hasn't gotten wildly out of control. I feel like the damage scaling or difficulty scaling can be kind of hit and miss. Don't get me wrong, we're at the very beginning of this game. I keep thinking that my my little furry friend down there is an enemy, so he comes running at me, and I'm like, I gotta dodge out of the way. But he's on my side. Only one. 1, 2. Yeah, we're gonna go that way anyways. Is there anything I don't need right now? AoE feels like it's kind of a waste. I think the only skill I have that's AoE based is this one. I could grab 2 points, get an AoE back, but let's do that. How do we do this? To a new random skip. Oh. Oh. I am now following. I thought that was a reset, not a... Well, that changes things. Kind of wish I had known that before. That makes a huge difference because that allows me to start re-rolling shit. I like it. I don't know if I would prefer a re-roll as in removing skills. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely like having the ability to randomize those. Because it does things like what you just saw, which is I now have an extra projectile piece to select from. Boop, 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 boop. So 2 more. So we're gonna grab that extra projectile and bump up our damage. How does it work with skills? Does it just randomly... It changes them to new skills! Oh, snap. No, it does... Okay. I got excited there for a second. I thought it locked the skill in place and just rotated between skills. So now that I have enough projectiles, I think I'm probably gonna start trying to grab the projectile radius, which will help expand those out into something closer to a circle instead of just the triangle that I'm shooting right now. I'm only shooting 2 at a time? Oh, I thought I was shooting 3. It must be because they were hopping around so much I couldn't tell what was happening. Yeah, let's get some elites on screen. All right. Excuse me. Bum, 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 bum. What am I doing here? Attack speed is good. I do kind of want a new skill. Let's take that. And we're gonna grab another projectile right there. Whoa now. Look, I don't appreciate that. And I can't get rid of them. So I think it's... I don't actually know. Is it a heart per level or a heart per several levels that just shows up and then hangs out on the map? I said this before, I'm pretty sure that they're stationary, so they're gonna stay there, but we're gonna test this. We got 2 up here in this corner. We're gonna see if they stay there through to the next map. Confirm that. Additional projectile. All right, so here's the angle, spawn angle. So this should help blurry them out, and then we can grab some more damage. Let's... no, we'll leave it. Wow, you're speedy. All right, let's go look for our hearts. So there's 2 there, but they did move. So it might be that you get to retain a certain number on the map. Oh, come on, I want more level. Ah, just made it. So I can grab an additional projectile, which I think I'm gonna do. Anything interesting pop up? AoE. I think getting range damage would be good. But getting them to last longer is good too. Three more levels. So now we're shooting a little wider. So there's 1 heart over there, and now 1 over there. Which I need a heart. I do think one of the things they could probably add, and it may be, we can look. A very first iteration of story voice acting. I was looking for a new cursor, literally like my mouse. Something a little more visible. Because right now it gets pretty lost. To the point where I had it on the other screen, I was just kind of not paying attention. I see my other stuff moving around. I'm like, what's happening over there? All right, I was going in a direction. Guess we'll go for some spread. Damage seems really good. Now what's going on? Oh, I don't have enough. I was like, why can't I choose that one? It'll be nice too, because on higher difficulties, there are higher experience amounts, and so you can branch further into the tree to more projectiles, more damage. It gets more chaotic. I'm looking forward to it. Testing out all the weapons is fun too, seeing what each one does and how it plays. Like, I was totally unsure about the flail because it was like half the attack speed of the sword, but it goes all the way around, and that's cool. So I'm wondering what the candy cane is going to be like. I do feel like I've slowed down in relation to the enemies. Not a lot of movement speed happening at the moment. So let's bump up our damage. What's our attack speed? And some attack speed. So last wave. Well, last wave that's going to give us experience. And I don't want a boss with an elite, so we're going to try and grab as many of these as possible, not spawn another one. You're chunky. And fast. I guess spacebar clicks away from you. So we're gonna re-roll that one. Till we get something that's like, yes, must have, which is probably going to be an increase in projectiles, which we may not hit. Yeah, just movement speed. So, boost to crit. Projectile damage. All right, final build. Oh, I ran right into that. Those have a warning spawn. I don't think I saw an on-screen trigger for those. They just start small and you just kind of have to move out of the way quickly. I do like that they let the round continue until it ends. Some of them will be like, you defeated the boss, you win. So what do we get? No damage, got magic shield, bursting shot, bunch of no damage achievements. Cyclic might. 50 projectile spawn angle, we got a new skill. New map, new weapon. All right, let's go back. Look at our new items. 20% chance on attack to create a protective border, scales with AoE size. So we're gonna give that one a click. We don't have any new characters. So we're gonna run a melee build this time. Shoots 2 additional projectiles in the aim direction. Grab that one. Your projectile hits cause enemies to explode. Yep. Projectiles swirl around the shooting position. That's curious. Melee attacks have a chance to create blades that cut through surroundings. Damage is scaling with your melee damage and with skill stacks. Area scales with AoE. You swirl your melee weapon around. I don't know how that one attacks, so I don't know if that one's worth grabbing. It could be, I'm not sure. That's the downside with these new weapons. I imagine we're gonna grab it. We're just gonna do it. If it's not worth it, so be it. Normal enemy spawn rate. A mine shaft plunging into the heart of the earth, where shadows grow bold and creatures of the abyss hunger for the world above. Curious. So I think right now it is auto aim. Let's see what happens. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, this one's going to be challenging. I don't know if we're gonna make it that far with this weapon. A protective border. Does that mean I take no damage? I think attack speed is going to be super key in this build. Let's see here. Always grab the additional projectile, and we'll make them go boom. Did it explode on me? That might be problematic. I gotta worry about my own stuff hurting me. 1, 2. Three. We need that shield to be moving quick. So what's hurting me? That's what I don't know. Okay, I'm seeing it now. These things are exploding in proximity. We need some AoE. So we're gonna pick up some extra melee chaos happening around us. So the nice thing is it looks like the protective shield works against barriers, or not barriers. Wow. Against projectiles. This run is going to be a struggle. I don't know that we're going to... I don't think we're going to survive. Oh, son of a bitch. I didn't want that. It's not the end of the world, though. What skills do I have right now? I could use some AoE. Where is it? Scales with AoE size. Let's go for the quantity over quality approach. grab a handful of different things that are doing attacks and damage, hoping that it helps with our problem. Attack speed feels like it got super slow. Oh, your dodge is okay. For some reason, I was thinking dodge as in when they make an attack and you dodge it specifically as a percentage of your chance of being hit, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about if you just trigger your dodge skill, which is to dash. Melee damage 14, projectile damage 8. My damage both sucks at the moment. It seems like melee's put in the work, so we'll do that one and then we'll come back and grab projectile. Next wave. I don't think we're going to be able to take out the elite though. Well, maybe. Having those exploding enemies help. Come on. All right, grab our projectile damage. Scales with AoE. Doesn't say how much damage it does. Let's try changing this one up. I don't like having so little attack speed. Area of effect. Awesome. It's kind of unfortunate. The shield works, like it does a thing, but it feels really useless as a skill. Like it's doing its thing right now in giving me this protective barrier and everything, but it's not hitting anything. So let's grab another protective thing there. And you know what? We'll grab the exploding dodge just to see what it does. Maybe it's good. I'm definitely going to be doing enough dodging Oh. Now I got something new to contend with. Which attack speeds should I grab? 1, 2, or 3? Any votes? Any takers? All right. I think we'll go number 2. That's good, because that's pretty much useless. So let's re-roll that. Attack damage. Up to 1.5 right now. Oh, that's not fun. Now the reason the attack speed matters is just to get the triggers up. Oh shit. All right. Well, now with that in mind, I think I need to grab an attack speed and a health. That didn't connect to anything. I like the 2-sword swing thing that it's doing. I was really hoping to try and collect those so we didn't end up with more elites. I kind of need to get some damage. My damage is looking. Your projectiles swirl around. All right, let's do this. An extra projectile would be really good, so we're not going to mess with that one. We're gonna leave it as is so I can grab it. There's another tree I wouldn't mind spelunking. Probably this one. Last reroll, movement speed. So there's so that's 4 out. That's way out. It's a few levels and I can't wager that far out. None of these feel like good options. I'm not doing any so here's what I can do. I can dump that because I'm not using it. That'll give me a little speed bump. Move speed's probably a safe bet. I want to know how this protective barrier works. I'm not entirely sure. It's like if I stand in it, do I take no damage? But then I have to risk it despawning while I'm standing in it. Come on, get him down. I went for it. I got greedy. Took a hit as a result. 2 more levels. So, attack speed. That could be useful. We'll take it. You know, we've got a handful of projectiles already. Damn, we gotta compete with an elite of those. Yeah, took a hit there. And another one there. We're approaching the end. We're only gonna get, damn. We should get a heart. We should get a heart. So let's grab that. It's risky. I should take the extra health, but I know that's gonna show up. Means I have very little room for error at this point. I think I need some more projectile damage. Damn, I got hit again. Give me some levels, no elites. Still got an elite. Oh, 2 left. I think the extra projectile is going to do us some good. And let's try to re-roll into some damage. Damn. Health is probably the smart bet. But we are really running low on capacity here. projectile speed, attack speed, attack speed. I could go for the crit. I don't have any crit right now. We'll give it a gander. Oh, they shoot now? What's that all about? Oh, man. Whoa, we're getting up there. The elites are putting on some pain though. I need some damage. Some damage. I could use another one of those too. I don't have any rerolls. Do I have any spots that look enticing here? I could grab the health and the explosive. I could grab an extra projectile. That's for sure an increase in damage. Let's do that. I could really use one of these though. Projectile damage. All right, where's my heart? I'm hoping I have a reprieve on this level. The boss is gonna be super hard. I don't know that I'm gonna have the DPS to get him down before the time limit. For both of the last two levels, I've managed to get rid of them beforehand. Although it might be that we have to go for a like explosion based. Get some mobs stacked up on them. And go that route. I was chasing something. I think I was chasing projectile damage, which is out this way. Plus that one. So let's re-roll. I don't think I'm doing anything conditional at the moment. No, I am. It would be nice if they had a DPS calculator for the individual skills so I could see what was worth having. At this point, I feel like, where is it? I kind of feel like this is a waste. It's just a 10% debuff. So I think if we go attack speed, explosion, We only have one, so we can't do much with it, but we can grab that, potentially re-roll that, and that. Let's see. That's okay. Yeah, that explosion's pretty nice. It takes a while to trigger, which is why getting some increased projectile damage, because it only occurs on projectile death. Shenanigans. All right. Damage is scaling with your melee damage and with skill stacks. So we're gonna grab. We'll grab the damage first, just because that's going to provide us a buff across the board. Not a lot, it only went up to 48. It only gave us 8 points. Come over, grab our heart. It seems all is not lost. Not yet. There's still room for that to turn south really fast. Come on. There we go. Nice. Now I wonder if, so I didn't have, enough for it to roll over here. I'm guessing that if you don't, I don't know, maybe it rolls over the elites if they, or if you didn't pick up the little plume that it's offering you. So what does it do right now? It does 48, possibility 50%, possibility 100%. So we would, that's a pretty significant increase. We want that projectile damage. We have I'm really curious what that one does. So let's re-roll this. We might end up with something shitty. I don't know. I wonder if the melee attacks have to land. Or if it's, I don't think, no, it's not. Because this one, your melee attacks have a chance to create blades, and there's plenty of times I'm not landing it and it's causing damage. So this one's tricky. Let's do this. Let's re-roll this 3 times. Look at that. Worked out for us. I wanted that. We can get projectile next. It is a little unnerving because it looks like everything else on the screen. Yo, back up. I don't appreciate that. He's got some reach. We definitely don't want elites spawning in the boss wave. If we can help it. How many? We got 2. All right. That gives us... This scales... I think those are going to be our last 2 grabs. Meteor size with your... So right now, we only have a 30% chance. That would bump it up to 60. But this will increase the AoE for all skills. I think that's going to be the winning selection. All right, let's see how bad this is going to be. Bad. Okay, good. Ain't no way this is happening. Not a chance. I died, finally. All right. Let's check out our new stuff. Huge attack range. I dig it. This comes with a standard crit and very high attack speed, but I bet you its attack range is ridiculously small. And we didn't get a new ranged weapon, so we're gonna rock the one we had before. I think I want to try for another semi-range run. Exploding projectiles is cool. All right, so we have the sugarcane, the scythe, and the dagger. Any preferences on what y'all want to see? Going once. Going twice. Let's grab some random stuff. Well, see, here's the thing. Okay, it is actually random. Although some of these I haven't seen at all. It's a lot of levels. So let's try the basement on the next level. Oh, that's interesting. And to be honest, the circular skill that I grabbed feels kind of like a waste. Interestingly, your hitbox actually matters for the sake of the scythe. So the scythe has that curved part at the top and then your stick. The stick will miss. Look at this. Damn, this layout seems amazing. Start chasing the damage. Cool. What's happening right now? I thought I was on the other map in the basement. This is not the basement. I do want the poison shot. And we'll grab the scatter, and then we'll come back and hop up for that thing over there. I feel like this is gonna be a wild run. So we're gonna go deep into the projectile tree. Why are you turned off? I can only have one at a time. Well, I wish I had known that. That bothers me a little, but you know what? Can't learn until you make that mistake the first time. Almost. So I guess the benefit of doing more elites is it's slower in your leveling. Devintide, hello. Well, that's awesome to hear. It is always a lot of fun when devs come hang out, watching their game get played. Big fan of this one. I got to hang out with the developer of Rogue Genesia. I don't actually know how to pronounce it. For like an hour as, you know, playing through his game, which is, I think he's a solo developer. Ironically, I missed the fact that he was a developer for like the first 20 minutes of us hanging out. But this game has a lot of interesting things going on. There's definitely, like everything, room for improvement, but I think for an established piece in the horde survival genre, it definitely stands out and stands apart. What do I want to do here? grab some poison. I haven't gotten too far. This is my 4th run. I played the game early access. I now have a computer beefy enough to play games that have 1,001 things going on in it. So I haven't gotten to the end game where it's like significantly chaotic, but I do appreciate the fact that build diversity feels very well established. That's hard to pull off. I think in these games, there's definitely a meta, and I may not have come across it yet. There's certainly room for that to be the case. But allowing you to have such a wide variety of build diversity, I think, significantly improves the game overall. I will say one thing I do wish is there was just more information. Like DPS for individual items, how they're performing while I'm using them so that I can adapt my build as I go. Or, oh, well, never mind. I was like, I made that mistake because it didn't register immediately that it's not stackable. Let's switch that up. Actually, I think some crypt, and we're gonna run down that tree. This game also feels like it has a variety of time. So some games have a lot of replayability, a significant amount. One of the things I really like about this genre in particular, the horde survival, the roguelike kind of randomized build, is that it can have a lot of replayability. There are a handful of games out there that you beat really fast. Not a lot of levels. You get to a point where the game just becomes endless. Oh, of course. I played Rice, repetitive indie combat simulator. Really interesting game that is like you have to destroy planets and then you fight the sun, and it has 3 levels, and then the game is pretty much over. You go into endless mode, and that's like the whole thing. And it got to the point where, you know, I played the first few rounds, I unlocked a few things, and then after that I hit endless mode, and you couldn't die. You get to a point of stupidity that the game doesn't have any enjoyment left in it. This game, so far, I've only got 2 hours plus what I had played in early access. Definitely has, I think, time going for it. I don't know how it's going to stack up to some of the others. Like Brotato in particular is a very replayable game. I spent many hours on that one. We're going the projectile route. Let's chase that one down. And another projectile. I will say, I was recording during the first portion of this stream, my first play video. It's a new series I'm starting on YouTube. Basically just like it's my first time playing it. Let's see how the game works. Going through the tutorial and everything else. There are elements of this game that aren't fully explained right off the bat, where you kind of have to figure it out as you go. I don't know that my melee damage is even worth trying to grab. But we'll take it anyways. And that's true of, I think, a lot of these games, especially ones that have more complicated skill-based systems. There can be a lot of information kind of thrown at you all at once, and you know, it might take a few plays to really figure it out, but from the onset, there were a few areas that just felt clunky and like, I don't know what's happening until it goes wrong or doesn't work or isn't necessarily explained. So for instance, and some of them say this and some of them don't. The one skill I think that came to mind was double hit, where it wasn't necessarily evident that having two of these, did it mean that I would strike 3 times instead of just a second stronger version? Because in some cases it feels like, you know, in this type of tree that you're doing something additive or multiplicative instead of additive. But again, that's like a small thing where it's like, it isn't necessarily an issue as much as it is, you just kind of have to figure it out as you go. Well, right, but in having 6 of them, I'm not triggering it 6 times. I'm just doing my second hit triggers harder. And that was like one of the confusing things I found initially. And that's just from a descriptive understanding. Could also just be me. I don't know how to read or comprehend. Which there's plenty of players out there like that. There's plenty that are just gonna figure it out on the first get-go. Let's go for something spicier. I think attack speed's probably okay. Now let's get our poison damage up. And our explosive damage. Six double hit, you will do an additional hit that deals 6 times melee damage and triggers 6 times all melee on attack effects. So let me ask you this. I don't know that I have the skill. Okay, so I have double hit here. So based on what you said, if I have 6 of them, that means that if I also have a meteor blow at a 100% chance that I would drop 6 meteors as a result? Or would it be... See, in looking at the skill, it doesn't quite explain that. Not in a way that makes make sense, because I would not have... My understanding is that all it did was it scaled. See, the attack size scales with your AoE size. So how big the double hit is gets bigger with AoE, and the damage scales with your melee damage. But it doesn't say you do consecutive double hits, or that it also triggers additional melee-based skills. I'm doing something. What am I doing? I don't need you, but I want that whole tree right there. I don't want that much movement either. Of course. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna dump it. I'm not doing anything with melee. So for the longest time, I've been gaming on a very shitty Lenovo Yoga laptop. Like, it's not made for gaming by any means, but it was the only PC I had. I had a Mac, which I used for video editing, but I only recently got a PC. And I bought a beefy thing because I'm doing a podcast for a TTRPG I'm running, and I've started doing streaming, game streaming, because getting out into the wood shop in my garage has been more challenging of late, given my injuries and the fact that it's cold as fuck and I don't want to be out there. And one of the reasons I bought a nice big beefy computer was so I could play games like this. They're not incredibly graphically intense. Like, I'm not out here trying to play Call of Duty or Far Cry or any of the other major benchmark graphics-based games at top tier levels. Like, that's not my particular reason. I wanted a computer beefy enough to handle these games, which chew through both your CPU and GPU, depending on the game. And so it's really exciting that I can now come in and play these games at max settings in 4K with everything on, and it just go haywire. And even with that said, I've still had a few games slow my computer down based on the sheer number of things happening on screen. I imagine as a developer that it is really challenging coding it in a way that makes it as unimpeding on the computer and its processing systems as possible. Let's grab a projection angle. Cause enemies to explode. Cool. That's new. Wish I had this build on the last run. That shield was kind of bleh. That's another, excuse me. That's another item that wasn't well explained. The shield and its protective aura, what it actually does for the player. 5 health. Grab some crit and some attack speed. The shield doesn't necessarily say how it protects you, if it does damage, if it makes you immune to damage while standing in it. So that was another one that I found confusing from the get-go. I did notice that it prevented projectiles, which was nice, but it also didn't necessarily always prevent. I'll have to go back and look at, I don't think I recorded my playthrough with the shield. I think I quit the recording after the first 2. I might be able to go back and watch my stream to see if it kept enemies out. Sometimes it did, and sometimes it felt like it didn't, but it might have spawned with the enemy already in it, and that might have been why they were there to begin with. The weapon variety is really nice as well. And skill variety. That just makes the game deep enough, so far, to make it interesting. Where each one does something kind of a little different, and you can play into their strengths as a result. Although it does seem, initial impression, that range is the meta on playstyle. Ooh, projectile damage. Crit, projectile. Over there. I like that. I think that's a good addition. That wasn't something I initially understood until the same skill started popping. I was like, oh, okay, I'm seeing it. I like that idea, though, that you have random skills that show up. I do have another question regarding elites. Now, when you collect your little motes here, you know, it says, these are the things that give you experience, level you up, important. And so every 10 turns into an elite. Does an elite give you more experience, or is the only benefit in killing it is that you get a reroll shard, one of your shard of change? So it's the same experience, but you get one of these shards on top of it, because that's not necessarily expressed either. Because it says you get all the experience from those 10, but is it 10 plus, where the elite adds a little more, or is it literally the same as collecting them, but you get that? So the only extra benefit to an elite is the shard. It doesn't have more experience because it's the same. Okay. Right now we're at 20. We're gonna explode them more. So is this a solo project? I think you said we, so sounds like it's a team. That's the best kind of team there is. I think that's the first husband and wife, or wife and wife, couple-based dev team that I've ever heard of. That's neat. I survived. Reforging connections could be cool. Why not? How long was this game in development for? How long did it take y'all to pull it together? I saw that you had a different game of a similar art style that this was kind of the sequel to, in the successor to, in some respect. So many things on my screen. So is it survival was first, and then striving for light was... Okay. More projectiles. I love the horde survival genre. It's one of my favorites. Most of the games in my Steam library are these. I like the roguelike approach, some with meta progression, some without. The randomized, they're very replayable. You can put a lot of time and effort into these games and get your money's worth, more or less. Some games you just play and beat, and then you're like, oh, okay, that was fun, I guess. I'll read that in a moment. I'm mostly on autopilot, but I can easily get distracted, and sometimes that's dangerous. I do like the chaos mode. I think that's a great idea. You could also potentially do thematic seasons, whether it's a random map or creation, or like similar to the character build, but for the mobs, the enemies, and the game you're playing. So it could be a random map, random mobs, random buffs, special effects, a boss rush, all elite mode. More projectiles. This is my last level. Let's see if I can't scoop up some damage. Doesn't look like it. Guess we'll just go with attack speed. I mean, I say that like it's a viable idea, but I have no idea how programming works, so the complexity of such a suggestion to me is like, it could be a very simple thing or a very complicated thing. I'm just throwing it out there. Do the leaderboards have any reward benefit? Like, I know people in general are just competitive by nature, and so chasing number 1 is in itself a reward. Feels like a good run to go endless in, but we're gonna go look at new skills. Potentially characters. Darrowkin, the wise men of Ankara. Slow but with unique magical strength. Dart skill, glaring light on attack. Your melee attacks cast a glaring light lasting 3 seconds, damaging surrounding enemies. Area scales with AoE size. Damage scales with projectile damage. Ooh. That's curious. I haven't gotten to play with the candy cane. I now have the lightning staff. We're gonna do those as well. Projectile hits create 2 replicating projectiles which target nearby enemies. Makes me a little bit faster. It's a little slower. I think we'll dump that because I don't know what it's gonna want to do. A permanent chicken. Wow. Super slow. All right. Well, so this is a melee build, so let's switch up what I'm doing here. One other thing that I could suggest would be pre-built skill selection. Could be useful. So many traps. All right, we're gonna give this one another go. I don't know how it's gonna turn out with these 2 weapons I have. Huh?
I did just to jumpstart my room because
It was very cold. Yeah, that's a long nap. Really long. It's good, you both need it. You're what? not really hungry.
I was gonna say I want something other than chicken.
But yeah. Okay. Melee. Projectile hits explode. Seems like a solid start. Definitely gonna need some movement speed on this guy. So where are we at? 50%, that goes up to 100. I recall correctly. Oh, it's on him. Damage scales with projectile damage. That's right. I think I went and set myself up for a melee run thinking like, oh, we're gonna be doing melee. And I inadvertently missed the fact that this is going to be a projectile run. And so I didn't grab all the projectile skills. I'm a little disappointed in that. Feel a lot better about how this run's gonna go, though. I want... Nope, that's not what I want. Options. We're gonna do manual aim as it. Boop, 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 boop. All right. AoE size good. Attack speed good. Projectiles good. I want some damage. Need to find me some damage. Speed and range. I'm a little disappointed I set myself up for melee and I'm not running a melee run. You know what? Why not? We'll grab some speed. Now I noticed that it says that the... Okay. I was trying to figure out that the old man has fewer dash charges, but I wasn't immediately aware where they were located and how to identify them. But I saw at the bottom that there's a little dot there that represents it. Movement speed is gonna be a must. More projectiles. And let's spread them out. And that's what I want. Some crit might be good. It also appears that I need some more damage. interesting. I was almost entirely sure that that thing couldn't do anything other than his little twisty skill. Ow, don't do that. These things are obnoxious. Alright. Get our zoomies on. Man, I really need some damage. Well, I guess we'll go for... Actually, that's probably going to help. Got a little bit of AoE. Alright. AoE's down there. I don't know that I like any of these branches. Getting another attack. Where is it? I think I'm gonna take that skill off. I mean, that's only 2. This tree gives me more. I could re-roll that and just pick up some attack speed. Owie. Which way was I running? I think it was this way. I only only have one. That ain't what I wanted. Damn. Grab some health. Always hard catching those. Sometimes they sneak up on you. Really gotta keep your distance from them. So we'll go try grabbing that. Oops. Oh, I have another one. Ew. Okay, okay. Take it. Gross. I think unless we get some big damage boosters over the next few levels, I don't think we're gonna make this level again. I don't know, there's still room. We can still pull it off. I guess health isn't terrible. Damn. Did nothing for me. Oh. Only having one dodge is kind of painful. Needless to say, I'm glad I grabbed those speed buffs. Almost, we're close. Attack speed, crit chance. Attack speed, attack speed. We're not gonna have damage, we're gonna have quantity. Maybe that'll be enough. We might need to get some more move speed. Attack speed seems to, just that little shift has made a good difference in this current level. Only got one level out of it though. My dev's still with me? Oh. Another little quality of life improvement for consideration is the banner that pops up every time you pick up a shard. I find it super annoying. Eats up a big portion of my screen. I don't particularly want it showing up or being as prominent as it is. Especially when your visual field plays a significant portion of your survival. Having a big banner eat up the bottom portion is distracting. And I also don't think it's particularly necessary to have it be something that labels itself as collected. Like maybe the first time you play the game, sure, to tell you that you have a new thing, but after that, it doesn't add anything. I think removing it would be fine too. I would say I don't know that you have a tutorial in this game. I don't remember I think it was kind of like the game just started, but you could set up a pop-up so that the first time you pick one up, it just says, this is a shard that elites drop, and it lets you re-roll skills before you select them. And then that's it, like. Oh, that is damage. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Next wave 19. I need 2 levels. Oh, speed might. I will take it. I had the shield the last time I attempted this boss, and he murked me. I did not have a good damage build. Feeling a little better, but I need 2 levels. Oh, just barely. All right, now let's see if we can reroll. Do I risk it? I got 2 rerolls. Could go for the gamble. Hope for another. Ah, son of a bitch. Got me a useless skill out of it. Being able to turn things on and off, I think, is a nice touch. Instead of it being just consecutively, you've screwed your build. Oh my goodness. Looks like we're gonna get it, but this one is definitely a step above the rest in terms of complexity as a boss. Endless mode almost becomes worthwhile just to start unlocking stuff. Which I think is kind of cool too. I mean, you could do it in the higher tier worlds where the experience is a lot higher and you can really lay into the skill tree. All right, here's a question. What is this number next to my name? Over here, 27. Is that rank? And that's based on just the level 20 playthrough. It doesn't, like, Endless doesn't change that. Okay. What did I get? New skill, a new skill, a new skill, a new weapon, and a new skill. A new run. All right, we haven't played with the dagger, so we're gonna give the dagger a go. And now we have the bow. Fast bullet speed plus a projectile. So I think we're gonna do this again in projectile mode, like I wanted to the first time. Each 6 seconds, a flood is erupting from you, dealing 20 damage to surrounding enemies. Damage is scaling with your melee damage and with skill stacks. Cool. Projectile damage for show. And our swirling bits. I will give the so stabby. Projectiles, projectiles, more projectiles. I have base crit because of the dagger. Three more. I know this is a projectile build, but we'll rock with it. So you've made this game, and you made the other game. Do you have any other games under your belt? And is this a full-time gig for the two of you, or a side hustle? Well done. What do you do for your main work? What's my attack speed right now? Slow as shit. This is going to be a redonkulous run, I think. Start bumping. Aw. Ooh, a snake. Badger, 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 badger. Oh, that's all right. I totally get it. I've met quite a few enthusiastic individuals on my other channel where my following is considerably larger. So I definitely know the desire not to overshare. Of course. Take that one and that one. Attack speed's about the same. Well, let me caveat off that then. Do you have a background in gaming, game design, programming? I always think it's fascinating, but it seems like sometimes it can be like really technical, or like, I guess more of what I'm asking is like, is this part of your life already, or did you figure it out just to create games with you and your wife? That's awesome. Ooh, you didn't go anywhere. Was there much of this game, if any, that was outsourced? Like, was the art outsourced, or the music and soundtrack? Or is it all in-house? That's cool. It's impressive. You know, there's so much about creating certain things where you have to wear so many hats. All the chefs. You gotta be all of them. And that can be really daunting. Let's see if we can change you into something useful like that. Grab some speed. Because right now I am slow. I think if I ever got around to trying to make a game one day, it would be one similar to this, Horde Survival. Either that or an idler. I like the games that are a rinse and repeat style. Let's get some zoomies. I don't think I have anything I know when you're doing descriptive things, it can be really challenging to give lots of good information, but do it in an efficient way where it doesn't feel busy, too much, daunting. Because it can get too wordy, it can get too many things to look at. One of the things that I'm looking at with these skills is the best way to communicate quickly and concisely how they can be adapted in their improvement. So, for instance, this one, damage is scaling with your melee damage and with skill stacks. Wind shock size scales with AoE size. The first thing that comes to mind in trying to glance over these quickly is how they're improved. To me, it would read easier if instead of having all of that text, damage is scaling, wind size, is that you just had a additional bar potentially under attack speed that just says benefits from, and then you can list AoE, melee damage, skill number, or additional skills, or skill levels. That might be the best way to write it, because then it doesn't have to be a red wordy sentence to convey it. It's basically just, or instead of benefits from, you could say scales with, melee damage, AoE, so that there's something that is quickly looked at to know how I can improve the skill. Which I went looking at my stuff for that reason, to figure out which ones I want to try and improve. In part because there's also skills that don't say anything, and so it's hard to say if it improves or not. So like this one, for instance, doesn't say it improves with AoE, and given the fact that you have skills that do say they scale with AoE, my assumption is that it's a fixed rate. Doing anything AoE, I don't know if I really want to chase that right now. I'm getting slow. Well, let's do it. I mean, by all means, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just spitballing, throwing my thoughts out there. I don't take any offense if you don't like the idea, or if it's too much work, or it doesn't make sense. Not gonna hurt my feelings. I'm always gonna talk like it's a good idea, because I think it's a good idea. But I don't always know. Some things you gotta do, try, fail. I made a shirt. I don't have it in here. It's from my woodworking side of social media. It's got a... Because that's what I do. I build furniture and art and weapons and shit. And the shirt says, "It's not failure, it's unintended wisdom." And it's got a table that's got one leg shorter than the other three. Because part of succeeding is making lots of mistakes. You gotta be willing to fuck up and then learn to fuck up less next time. Yes, explode for more. Oh, that's neat. I will say that's something, you know, tip of the hat, hats off, well done. Seeing the evolution of enemies and elites and bosses and additives to the game instead of it just being the same 6 mobs over and over again. Like, it is really easy for a game to get and feel repetitive and stale when you're doing the exact same fights over and over again. But so far there is a pretty significant library of encounters. I collectively, I'm a trial by fire individual. I fuck up all the time on my work. I also don't ever, I can't ever keep anything the way I intended it to. Like, I'll have a plan and I change the plan 15 different times, tripling my workload because it would be better or cooler or nicer. And I've gotten really good by making lots of mistakes at improvising unintended aesthetic improvements into my work. And so you get to the end result and everyone else is like, this is amazing. All these little details are so good. And I'm like, there's some of those details that are there to cover up the things that aren't supposed to be there. It wasn't intended to be that way. Another projectile. And now I get to do... I don't know that I want to take that debuff right now. Kind of slow still. We are, however, gonna grab projectile damage. That's the win. It is, however, incredibly frustrating. I mean, there's this process where, you know, you start a new project, you love it, you're happy, and then you start getting into it and the joy starts disappearing, and then you start making changes and then you love it, and it becomes a strong love-hate bipolar thing, and then you're at like the 70% mark and you're like, fuck, I just want to quit so bad. But I can't take shortcuts, but I want to take shortcuts because then I could get it over with. And all the changes you made, you start regretting because they're like, this is so much extra work. Until you get to the end result, and the end result always pays off. Almost always. I haven't done a project yet that had a significant change where I was really disappointed with how I changed it. I feel like the explodey thing could be really good, but it's so far away. Yes, AoE benefits my little glowy bits. And let's see what our spread looks like before we... Yeah, maybe spread's worth it. Every time I'm about to start a new project, I'll have an idea and I'll be explaining it to my wife and I'll be like, you know, this is what I'm gonna do and that's all it's gonna be. And she just rolls her eyes at me because I have not successfully kept to a plan. It evolves every time. Oh, there's some damage. How much health do I have right now? 4. Like, we both know I'm totally full of shit. It's never gonna work out that way. I can be optimistic all I want, but 100% gonna change it. Yeah. I mean, there is something very satisfying to the artistic process where, you know, having free reign to create something and pull it together can be really enjoyable, but also really stressful, especially if someone's paying you to make something. All of that, is it going to meet their expectations? Is it going to wow them in the way that it should? So, you know, my desire is always to create something that exceeds expectation. I have a lot of pride attached to my work. But there's something really nice about just having a blueprint and following it, because it's just so easy. Just do this, do this, do this. No thinking, no planning, no numbers, just execute. Knock it out really fast. When you wing it, you gotta figure stuff out. Who the fuck wants to do that? Thinking's not my strong suit. Me and numbers are not friends, ironically, and I work with numbers on, well, not recently because I'm not woodworking at the moment, but God, this tree is loaded. Although it probably helps rather significantly that all the skills I selected are actually beneficial to my build, instead of being like, yeah, I'm gonna make a melee build, but turns out I'm actually doing a projectile build and I didn't select any of the right skills. I do. So many explosions. Explosions! Oh, now. So y'all make games. Do y'all play games? What's your jam? Throwing spear. Have you ventured into Baldur's Gate any? It's amazing. Amazing. I just beat it with my own self-imposed suffering rules, playing a no reload permadeath game. So it took me 8 attempts to get through it. But it was awesome. It is definitely well, I don't want to say it's a time-consuming game. Or at least there's a lot to it. There's so many characters and side stories, and there's a lot to ingest. Especially if you like going through and discovering all that stuff. I highly recommend it. It's an amazing game. And it's replayable. It's got enough that you can dump several hundred hours into it without blinking. Of course. Appreciate having you hang out. Looking forward to more of this. Both what's already released, but also what's to come. Well, I'm glad I could be of help. And I'm by no means a subject matter expert in any way, shape, or form. But if you need a sounding board, want to bounce ideas, you're always welcome. Fails with projectile damage. AoE does size. They have a few levels left. Put some angle in the dangle. God, there's so many projectiles. I think we're gonna take this one into endless. Wild how many projectiles we got going right now. This might be a perfect run. I'm not sure. I might have gotten hit early on, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen any achievements about not getting hit after stage 10. All right. that escalated quickly, and I'm kind of glad it did. Looks like I am definitely gonna need some more movement speed. Now we just need to bump up our attack speed, movement speed. Only one level. Where's a good chain to start chasing? Exploding projectile. Probably there. Definitely need some damage. Alright, 2 levels. So many projectiles. Could be useful. We'll grab it if it comes around a second time. All right. Even more things to clutter my screen. We are approaching the need to potentially, I don't know if they have it. Turn off camera shake. Transparency, yes. It only works on defeated enemies, so I mean, that's okay. So that's a 40 boost. Selected it yet, so we're not going to. There we go. I think we'll probably need to grab some more poison as well. Poison seems to do really well, stacking with everything else. One level at a time, though. Okay. Let's do it. Go get our swirly thing. That's gonna be interesting. So many arrows. Oh, I didn't even level up. Now it's gonna start slowing down. You know what? That one's kind of a waste, so we can turn it off. That one doesn't, guess that one would be okay. Really want. I think I gotta take projectile damage. It's pretty good. Oh, cool. There's another boss. I have no idea what's happening right now. Thanks, I need some life. Go that way. Let's see here. Options. Turn damage numbers off. Then I turn. I wonder if those are crits. I'm guessing they are.
Oh, let's see here.
Increase condition damage. Energy regen. And endurance regen. Question marks. Quick numbers still show. Options. 100%. Player damage effects. Let's have just a little. Alright, looks like we gotta try and turn everything off. I don't know if these help or hinder. Yes, if I'm looking for a damage increase, we can start doing more crit. That's on enemy death too. This run is just going on and on. Well, the question now is, you know, we're approaching kind of our min-max selection. Crit, crit. We're at 50% crit. Right. I'm gonna leave this here open. I'm gonna come back to this in a bit. Go inside for now. So I appreciate y'all hanging out, and I will see you in the future.